Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Brian. Hi, McLarge. Goy hoy. Goy hoy. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Oh. Hi, Cheesecake. Uh-oh. Cheesecake stinky. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm just a mean. Stinky. Yeah, four dogs sounds like too much, Brian. To me anyway. I mean, I have 2, and it already feels like so much. I don't feel like I have enough responsibility to take care of dogs. How's it going? I'm going okay. Actually, no, I'm not going okay currently. God. Hear me out. I know I said I'm gonna do art today, alright? Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I fucking hurt my wrist. So I was carrying a whole lot of box that's like a spare part box and shit. And then because I was standing on ladder, and then I was carrying like some very heavy stuff, I lose my footing, and then thank goodness I didn't fall, but I hurt my wrist while carrying the thing. So like I can hardly use my mouse currently. That's why I do everything very slowly now. I could still thankfully use a controller, so because controller use fingies. What are you wearing? I don't know. What am I wearing? I don't know. I mean, I was just having fun with this. I mean, I cannot do 3D when I'm playing Street Fighter 6, so take a look of this before I take it away. Alright, let me get well soon. Thank you. You're doing finding arts? You know what? True. That blows, but I guess it's one of the least worst place to injure on ladder. Yeah, I mean, I have to count my blessings for not falling down on ladder. Boy, that sure would suck, would it? That sure would suck. Okay, let me just disable some redeems now, because I'm gonna go 2D afterwards. Wait, which one? I fucking love it. Honestly, me too. Also, thank you. Okay, almost done. Okay, I think that's everything. That should be everything. How high was the ladder? I was on like the third step, I think. You know, like the portable ladder, and then I have to like stand the 3rd step. It's not too high, but at the same time it's not too low. It's a little dangerous. Yeah, those. You know, right? You know, right? The portable ones. It kind of hurts. Like it doesn't hurt when I don't do anything. It kind of hurts when I like my right. Oh, my right wrist too. God damn! It's not even my left wrist. My right wrist. So if I were to turn my wrist a bit to the, just turn it a bit to right, it hurts. Which is why, I mean, I was trying to. Like last night, I was trying to use my tablet a little bit, and it's like, I don't think I can. It fucking hurts. Hopefully, this doesn't like take too long to heal. Just got a message. It's okay. I'll watch it afterwards. Right? After I'm done with badminton. Also, badminton today. Can I even do badminton? I don't think I can. Badminton use so much wrist power. I may have to skip this one. Oh, I don't know. I didn't tell my friends about it. Wrist is a difficult thing, just don't strain it and it should get better. True. If that's the case, I don't think going to badminton is a good idea. Or I could do the dumb shit and just use left hand to play. I don't want to miss badminton, to be honest. I'm gonna play... Okay, I'm still gonna go badminton, but I'm gonna see if I can play it. If I cannot, then I'll just leave early then. Like, tell them my wrist... It's a bad idea. I'm gonna go anyway. Tell friends no badminton or do badminton with other hand. Yeah, I was thinking using left hand. It sounds so stupid, but it might work. What about... Oh, fuck. Driving. Right. Shit. I mean, this morning I was driving using my left hand. Thank goodness for auto gear, because I don't need to use my right hand much. I only use right hand for like signaling, then yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I don't know. I want to play Street Fighter 6. Oh yeah, also did you guys see the memories? Well, Garchomp got to Platinum. I think Garchomp got to Platinum and I should probably focus a little bit on Jewelry again. Or maybe even try out Chonlai. Maybe. Just maybe. Alright, let me get ready for a little bit. Oh yeah, also Brian, I saw all your general game stuff thing, the boomer shooter one. You know, I was reading all of those as like with a bit of a smile on my face, like like wow, the passion that went into this. There were so many games I never heard of, and also I don't know if Halo 1 is a boomer shooter or not. I never played Halo before, so sorry. There's so many games that's like boomer shooter that you saw that you mentioned. Okay, I'm gonna become 2D. That works, right? That works, right? Alright, let me become small. And Chunguil. Also, my god, Rashid looks hot and the theme is fun. In the pet doesn't exist, but just thought that counts. Early 2000s seems... I'm only like... If it's early 2000, I'm like... 5, 6, 7 years old? Somewhere around there. I played a little bit of Potato last night as well. Fun. Fun.
Hey, hello, cannot understand. Where are the subtitles?
There are no open up subtitles? Shit. Oh, I didn't? Thanks, Narek. 2001. Okay, 4. I'm 4. I am literally a baby. I am 4. You what? I don't know. Am I? Oh shit.
Street Fighter 6.
Oh wait, that's Narix. Hi Narix. Hello. Topples over too. Just join join Baruki topples over, struggling. Like in Monster Hunter.
Fighting round. Practice. Training.
96? Oh. I want the stage BGM. I'm 97. Also, guys, look. Mika updated the mod. Look at this. Oh my god, is that Koraidon? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's Koraidon. I need to practice my jury again. This is jank as fuck, by the way, but I love it. What can jury do? So one thing I noticed is after a throw with jury. This is the loop, right? This is true. And then I can dash in, dash back this to bait the punish counter, right? That's one option.
The Potato King is here.
The Potato King? Where's Bob? Where's Bob? Where's Bob? Hi, Rocket. Wake up. Can you wake up? Quick dash? Special moves? Super art? There's no throw? Oh, there it is. Okay, do a throw after that. The last possible minute to be millennial. Bob is not here yet. Oh, I want to say hello to Bob. Oh, wait, it's not fast enough? Oh, maybe I have to drive rush in, I guess? It's still not fast enough. That's a punish counter. I saw some people do it and it seems to work so well. Okay, what if I dash and walk back? Nope. I get thrown instead. Wow. I thought that's a thing. Yeah, I thought that's a thing, but it's not. They can still block this. Maybe down medium? Can I need to choose between avoiding throw or strike? Or neutral jump? Yeah, but I guess the medium kick is a choice. Dash and bait the thing. Oh, that's not it. Damn! Okay, that's hard. There was a punish counter the first time I tried it. There it is. I need to be frame perfect every time? Damn, alright. There it is. It's so tight, it's so unnecessarily tight. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Could also, of course, do the dumber wrist to reward option. DP, wish be love. Convinces the heck out of people to get DP, okay. I mean, that's one way. So tight, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. I mean, that works. Yeah, I cannot walk back. Oh, it needs to be a punish counter? Not even a counter hit? Okay. How much plus is this? 9. So it's 10. Oh, okay, okay. How's the big project, the study stuff? Yeah, I was thinking about this as well. It's like, how's all the medical studies? Oh, one thing I want to show you guys, like, very quickly. Record. Sorry, what? What's going on? Oh shit. I messed up. Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay, now you can control Ken, right? You look at Ken's down heavy kick. The tail, it's almost as if I can hit from here. It's so good. That's a full screen sweep, baby. Study good, but got my first summer vacation. My first summer for a while. It's always nice to hear about a good vacation. Yeah, so if I play Ken, I'm gonna get fucked by this move. I don't even know the range anymore. I'm playing with handicap pretty much. This is so sad. Also, I don't know how to play Ken. Yeah, Ken is hard to play, but Ken has everything? Also, I forgot to play Jury anymore. Okay, Campbell's. That's not it, right? That's not it. This into this? No. Sorry, I'm not a Jury main anymore. I'm not a Jury main anymore. I guess I can only do it with EX. Maybe like Into this? Or into this? I don't know. Oh, can I? That's not it. Oh! I mean, it's the same thing. Oh! Oh. Oh no. Oh no, this is hard. This into this, I guess? Punished Beast, even if it looks like a rushdown, he's just 2 minus. At least that's my understanding of it. Hi, Ender Dragon. Studying into the part of medical field. Cheesecake is gonna be a wonderful doctor. Also, I've seen people do like level 2 hack and safe jump setup. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. This is muscle memory. It doesn't work that way. Okay, muscle memory still works, at least. That's a nice combo. Can I do... There, okay. Yeah, that works. Best of Yip. Best of Yip. Level 2 jump safe, right? Safe jump, sorry. Jump of safe. Wait, I don't think I can open up YouTube right now. I'm a little scared. This into level 3, I guess, if I want level 3 combo. Maybe do this? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Combo is hard, man, guys. Jeez. $5,500? That's even a CA. Okay, let's not do CA. Sorry, let me jog my memory for jury for a little bit. It's not a guy, it's just a combo from the middle of a match. Oh, okay. I mean, that's good enough. That's good enough. PS4 on Twitch my one time. Cool. Trying on computer once is difficult. That's not it. Oh! This into level 3, is it possible? Can I do that? That's not it. Okay, wait. Can I... I don't think that's... Yeah, no. Yeah, no. The DP this super, this one. But I need to spend like... It's either heavy version of this. Can we combo into this? Sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, this one works. And this one. Faster. The second hit into... yeah. It's so fast. Okay, let's try a simple one. Alright. Oh. Maybe I can try EX then. Lisu! Lisu, it's not that hard. I guess it's not bad. Oh! Why? Game, why? Why is it so hard? Okay. Since my jury is this hard... Excuse me? Oh my god, I was spamming. Bear with me. Oh, Nelly! Oh, Nelly! There it is. Yeah, that's hard to do. Let's just hope I land this once in a real match, alright? Today I'll be focusing a little bit on Jury again. I mean, my Marissa is already at Platinum. 623. So I don't know. I mean, I can do it like this, but mid combo, it's hard. Damn. Okay, I have to cancel. Can I cancel this? Oh, I can. Okay, so without spending too much drive gauge, I guess, is just do this. Oh, sorry, I don't have. Whoa. There it is. Yeah, this is like the cost efficient. Also, don't forget about the combo. Oh, maybe I can just... Yeah, oh my god, that's so much easier in the full hard charge. I feel like I'm watching you train 100 times gravity while watching you go save your best friend and son from an evil genocidal overlord. I mean, sounds about right, I guess. that best friend and son is the platinum, the platinum rank I'm gonna get. I don't know how to play fighting games, so everything looks impressive to you. Ooh. I mean, I'm glad. Okay, so I'm gonna land this today. At least once. Right. A big combo like this? Right? Something like this. Okay. And then level 2. You know what level 2 does? Mental damage. That's not it. It's so hard for me to do like MP into level 2. Look at that. I don't know why it's so Okay. I'm good, I'm ready. Me is am ready to kick. Let's go. Oh yeah, I'm blocking it, but my Mercer is now platinum. Why is my Asia one? Why is Asia only 1 bar? Jesus, I'm from Asia. Why are you implying game? I am from Malaysia. You cannot spell Malaysia without Asia. Jesus. We do a level 2 into a level 1 to save a tiny bit of resource. The server connection is very shitty for you. That's weird. But at least when playing against someone, the connection doesn't seem bad. So there's that. Right? It's 3 by at best. And I don't see it as often. It's kind of scary. Who's ready for feet? Look at Gacham. How about Ken? Oh. Damn, Koraidon looking hot. Oh yeah, Mika also made Hexorus Guile. Hexorus Guile. The mod is not public yet. I'm gonna wait for it to get public and then I'll get it. Of course, it's Honda Espouser. Damn, look at that. Of course, we're here for feet. Look at that. Perfect. I'm gonna try to only go for ranked matches.
Now Bowser fart gif in general.
No, not that. Oh god, not that one. Oh fuck. I hate that I know what it is. No, not that gif. No. No, no Bowser. Do not put that shit in. I will time you out. That is actually like that would leave a scar. You know what I mean? People look at that gif in general. Yeah, I'm sort of scarred for life, I would say. I am scarred for life. I'm so glad I now can look at this billboard. Do we call this billboard? Advertisement? I don't know. Yeah, and also these things, I can look at them now. Look at that. Oh. Oh. That's a very flat Blanca. With that, I take my leave. Time for hay hitting. Okay. Have good sleep, Brian. Appreciate you stopping by. Texture shouldn't strain performance, it's a memory thing. I mean, the memory is okay, right? Let me check. Honestly, it's just CPU acting up. But yeah, I have more memory. 56% memory. So if I bump up the textures, then it's okay. But the CPU is like absolute death right now.
Here comes a new challenger.
Jami, wow. Jami is rare. Lick. Lick.
The top player is
Round one. Fight.
Drink early? Woohoo! Oh, nice, I'm dead. Activation. DP! I don't care, wake up DP!
Round two. Fight.
Nice throw. Oh, nice. Stop that shit. Oh, Platinum is back! Oh my god. I'll take it. Oh, nice, good call. Why are you swinging? Nice check. Oh god. Oh god. He's swinging. Oh, he's swinging. Ooh, he's swinging. Oh, damn, he's swinging. Let's go.
Round two. Fight.
Oh god, I dashed into it. Grab. Stop, don't jump. Grab. Oh, I didn't cancel it. Grab. Dash and grab? Fair enough. I didn't press it. I didn't punish it, I'm stupid. No! Woohoo! No, I'm stupid! I did the wrong one. Good shit, nice level 3. I messed up my combo. More DP? It's never enough DP. Hi Roxas, how cool guys greet. Can't see that, my screen is too small. Yee! Alright, there should be voices now. Alright. People put my spec. I'm sorry. Although, get robbed. Get robbed of your points. Hi, Vincent. There it is. The power of PP Poo Poo Might. It's big. We have the PP Poo Poo Might. Rejoice. Rejoice, for we now acquire the one and only PP Poo Poo Mech. Enjoying some Street Fighter as well. Street Fighter is great. Oh, well, that was short-lived. People might was short-lived and it's entirely my fault. I'm sorry. I forgot to open up voice meter. Sounding a principal speaking through an intercom? Good. I have so many kinds of comments about that. And principal speaking through an intercom is the first one. There's like old propaganda speakers, and then there's like weather report speakers, or like some shit like that, you know, just speakers in general. I love it. I love that. It's so good. Hi Roland, Dragon Gacha game. Hey, give? Where's what game? Tell, what game? I need. Oh shit, can you understand? I'm sure you can understand. It's just a little jank. So you're a Jury main? I'm a Well, I don't know if I'm Jury main or Mercer main and Pocket. You know what? I'm a Jury main and Pocket Marissa, and my Marissa is stronger than Jury. Don't worry about it. Dragon Rise on phone. Phone game. popping up now. Dragon Rise. There's no Dragon Rise. This Dragon Arise though. Is Dragon Arise the one? Oh, Dragon Arise. Okay. It is downloading. I am downloading it. Yes, thank you. Now I have a game to. I mean, I've been playing this like for a long time already. Alright, and I know Daylon sucks ass, but I still want to play Daylon. Like Daylon is like my main character in this light that I build up to. And I hate how it's so slow to build them up because the ripple's so hard to get. I've been playing a few characters, but JP might be my main. JP main? You know what? I can respect that. Because JP has been the character that's giving me the most trouble of all. JP. And Blanca is the one that crushes me the most as well. And the game is not really friendly to free-to-play player. You mean this line? Or Dragon Arise? Because this line, I have been free-to-play forever. Both? Okay, you know what? Maybe it's just mobile games in general is very money-consuming. Like, free-to-play is an option, definitely, but the microtransactions is just insane in almost every mobile game possible, right? You're basically just using time to build yourself up. Money, it's to be fast. In my opinion, this light is quite free-to-play friendly, a little bit, because my team is quite ridiculous. And I have Daylon in there as well. Right, I think it's not bad. I think my team is actually not bad. But JP just gained into his dead zone, so he can't set out. I don't know what is his dead zone. For Blanca, I need to abuse how punishable he is. How do you punish Blanca Ball? Because Blanca Ball is like, one is very short, it's a bait. And then two of them is like, on hit, it just flies. It just flies like 10 miles away. Is someone playing?
Spinning bird kick. Shoryuken.
Need to read the Blanca trying to reach you. But how punishable? I don't even know what move is punishable for Blanca. I don't want to lab Blanca. I don't want to lab anyone.
Spinning bird kick.
Mid-range is where you said he has problems. Mid-range. I can move that. You know what? Let me try the thing again. Let me try the training mode matchmaking again. Let me try this one. Macho Ring. Damn, Koraidon looks good. This one looks jank, but I'll take it. It's really taking so long to find an opponent. It's a I don't know if it's because of where I am. How many Pokemon mods? Quite a bit. Let me show you. Okay, Marissa. Marissa is Garchomp. JP is Mewtwo, but I didn't download it because I don't like Mewtwo. Juri is Salazzle. Kemi is Zoroark. Honda, well, Honda is Bowser. Guil will be Hexorus once the mod is public. Ken is Koraidon. Chun-Li is Walking Wake. I think that's it. I cannot wait for Hexorus. I want to look at Hexorus, my favorite dragon type Pokemon. Okay, all good. Also, look at the Sazzle head. It's like a chicken dance. -3. Even in max range is -3. I'm gonna try out something. So is it dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. No? Oh. I don't know how they do it. They can combo into 3 frames. Which one is... So heavy buttons will make them fall. Even this, I think. Oh. But it's only +2. This one is +7. +3. This one is 5 frames. Something has to be 5 frames here, right? This one is 8. Huh? Oh.
Here comes a new challenger.
Oh, Zangief? Damn. Okay, I don't know how to do the hard combo. I see someone can extend the Feng Shui engine combo to like light kick forward medium punch. I don't know. It's weird. Let's go, Zangief. What's this? Footsies. I don't want to jump ever against Zangief. Oh, it could be a wake of my mama. Let's go, Footsies. Never jump against Zangief. Nice. Oh, good call, man. Oh, shit. Oh my god, my leg has been grabbed. Am I dead? Not yet. This is so fucking scary, dude. I suck. I don't know how to play this game. I'm playing so slow right now. I just don't want to get grabbed. No. Oh! No, not like this. Help. I messed up. No! Oh! I messed up. I cannot mess up too many times like this. Fuck. I suck. I don't even know how to play this game anymore. Get bummed. DI? I sense a DI coming. Nice. Oh, mama! Oh my god! Ow! Fuck! And plus, I didn't press button there. Why are you buffering, huh? Why are you buffering? Damn, good check. Oh! My jab whiffed! Oh, damn, alright. Guys, I don't have to play this game anymore. Whoa! Am I dead? Oh, this overhit. Yeah, I suck. I suck. I don't know how to do. I don't know what to do against Lankyo. Oh damn, nice check. Nice. Ooh. Oh damn, alright. That's an anti-air button. Whoa, they were waiting for it. Fair enough. Respect the give, but don't fear the give. Maybe. Damn, what the footsie. That didn't scare me somehow. What? Ooh. Don't do it. Yeah, I don't know how to play this game anymore. You know what? Why am I not jumping against Skeeve? Like, why am I not jumping against Skeeve? Why am I so scared of? Yeah, right? Why? I don't get it sometimes. Where's my brain thinking? Like, do not jump against. You know what? Give has air SPD and only level 1. And of course, it's Lariat, but I didn't see a single Lariat going on in that matchup, so. Discount Potemkin Buster. Yeah, but still. It's just 2 options. Oh, 3, sorry. Lariat, Air SPD. I mean, Air SPD has to be like the hard read. Right? And then there's... I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, level 1. Level 1, Lariat, Air SPD. These 3. I don't know why I'm so scared of it. Just jump against Give, man. Do cross up against Give. I think Give suffers from Marissa a little bit. Like, suffers from what Marissa suffers from as well. Marissa suffers from people just dancing around Marissa. And that's painful. Also, I need to do this more. A little less damage. But it's not bad. It's so hard to do it. Just do this. Marissa breaks Zangief armor, Zangief grab Marissa's armor. Yeah. All in all, fighting games just mind games, to be honest. Mind games. Mind games galore. I like the tail. Honda headbutt. You know what? Honestly, I fought Honda with Marissa a few times off stream. And all Honda just spam butt slam and headbutt. I say all because all the Hondas, 3 of them, all did the same thing. And I beat the shit out of them. And 2 of them, 1 match ran away. It's all they need. It's all they need. It's all they need. Use the condition me, I guess. Let's go, Manon. Big TD Give? What is that? I didn't press it in time. Oh god, already 3 medals. Ow, fuck. I don't know if a favorite character. Yeah, Manon is pretty cool. Oh my god, that move is so good. Hello. That's not it. I pressed it. I swear to mom, I pressed it. Nice, good call. Am I dead? Huh? Oh my god, that's unreactable. Parry? I thought you were gonna parry! With Manon and JP. I don't deserve this platinum. I don't deserve this platinum at all. I suck. Why am I in platinum? Why am I in platinum? I get hit by all that shit. That's not it, please. Nice. Damn. Don't jump. Oh. play slow, play slow. Oh my god! Whoa, shit, what is that? Let's go.
Judy wins.
Home from lunch? Yeah. How was lunch? Is lunch good? How's the cowboy princess today? Yeah. That's not the button. Oh my god, help! Damn. Damn, I'm getting mixed. Oh my god!
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. Help. That should be punishable, right? Low medium kick punishable, I guess? Oh! Nice, I need to jump. The check, the check. Oh! Frame 0! I'll just take it, I'll just take it. I could have done much better there. And practice much with doing combos level 2. A little bit, a little bit. That has to be your biggest read ever. I cannot believe it fucking worked. Oh my, I'm dead. Goodbye world. Damn it, man. Damn, why Menon? Why are you so cool? I'm dead. Don't do it. It's punishable. Oh, goodbye. The command grabs, man. The command grabs so scary. DP read. Still kind of sad that all my DP OQ has called random YOLO. Are they doing it again? It's not a it's not a YOLO if it hits. It's not a YOLO if they got red, you know? Edge? Whoa, Nelle, why would you do this? I haven't done this because I cannot push people. I cannot push people to the wall. Oh my god, game! I swear to God. Push. I don't know how. Let's get shit. I jumped. Good thing I'm missing 2D. You know what? That didn't scare me. What, that fart noise? Nah. Nah. Didn't happen. Oh, hi, Ion. Welcome. Thanks for the 20 bits. Don't, I'm not lying. Nuh-uh. You don't know that I'm lying. Whoa, wait, what? Uh-oh, speaking of, there's the Blanca. Give you a Gibby, yeah. Thanks, Gibby. Thanks for the Gibby. Lick! You cannot see but lick! Yeah, that move. Damn. Fair enough. That shit plus? Okay. What the fuck is going on? Oh, that's a fucking cross-up? Oh, that's a command grab? DP parry to drive rush, scoop, Blanca ball punisher. Oh my god, that's a fucking... Blanca is a fucking command grab. I'm gonna shit my pants now. That's a good range. I'm gonna get body. Time to learn, baby. Oh. Oh. The fuck is that? Oh my god. What? I don't know. Commander is very punishable. Blanca looks like everything is just one motion, know what I mean? Blanca ball is ball. Whatever ball that is ball. DP is a ball. Oh, I see what you mean by very punishable, but still... Fucking... Blanca, dude. Don't do it. Oh my god. That's a cross-up. Okay, that weird motion is a cross-up. Like this one, okay. Oh! Bitch actually went for wake up command grab? Color me surprised. You know what? I accept defeat. Wake up command grab, I'm gonna shit my pants, dude. I cannot react to that shit. DP? Oh my god, my DP became dash. Fair enough. That's not it. Okay, I need to stop doing that. They have different angles. Oh my fuck. Dude, Blanca's thing looks so similar. It's insane. Do the command grab. I dare you, you bitch. Oh, I jumped. Blanca, everything about Blanca looks the same. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? The command grab looks like the weird angle cross-up ball. If I don't know the matchup, it's insane. Then I just get bodied. But I don't want to lab. I don't do lab fighting game. Like, excuse me. I've been labbing in Tekken for hours. I'm not gonna do it in another fighting game. Yeah, big knowledge. Yeah, matchup. Blanca needs it. Fuck! Fuck, I don't want. I don't go training mode and just lab Blanca. Fuck. It's almost like I'm playing Kuma against someone else in Tekken. They need to lab Panda. If not, they don't know what they're doing. Please, can I even do the basic stuff now? The style combo that does no damage but style. No damage combo. Also, have you guys seen this idol? After Jury's level 1. Look how different Jury's standing and look how broken the neck is. The neck's broken, oh god. Neck gone. Idol, idol animation, idol. Starving point, yeah. And then I didn't think too much about it, but I think the level 2 combo that I have this one deals mental damage. Oh my god, I love that red face. That emote is like one of my favorite in Red's channel, it's insane. Oh god. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, that's not it. Oh my god. Can I do like... I think that's a little bit more damage, right? Or if I have 3 Fuha charge. Right? I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't think I can ever land this in the real combo, so... Oh, I used that one? Wait, did I? Oh god. My brain just doesn't work anymore. There's no need to do big combos like this, alright? There's no need. Just do my usual shit. And just do this. There's no need to do hard stuff like that. Yeah, it's less than 5,000, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Jep, 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 jep is all we need. I mean, unless I'm playing Zangief, then yeah. Jep, jep, jep. Jep, jep, jep into medium Fuha. I used to do like jep, jep, jep into DP. Into like DP, but it's so hard. Like, I could do this. It's more damaging. But man, but style? Style is for level 2. If I'm level 3, I want damage. This is a style combo I have. This is the level 3 style. Level 3 style. If you keep fishing for resets, yeah, true, but I'm not that advanced. I don't even know what kind of setup there is. Wi-Fi? Fuck. Oh, we're fighting against Koraidon? Alright. I'm not even gonna call him Ken anymore, it's Koraidon. Wait, where's Koraidon? Oh, you're using... Okay, that's fair. I hate you! Why am I gold again? Fair enough. What? Oh, help! Dude, my man. Why you insane? Fuck. No DP? Ooh! I pressed it though! I pressed the wrong button. No! You know, I'll really get ranked now, to be honest. The world is a scary place. No DP? No, not like this. Who needs to be unburned out, huh? There's no need to afraid of being burned out. Die. Die. Yeah, Platinum is back, baby. Oh my god. Don't do it. BP? Wrong button, sorry. That was scrubby. That was scrubby. That was scrubby. Shoryuken! No! Oh, nice. I'm dead. Nice combo. Good grab. And use your jumping. Why would you Hadouken point blank? I think that's a misinput. If that's a Shoryuken, that's fucking beautiful. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. Good call. Oh, combos? Damn. Don't DI. Don't DI. Die! I told you don't DI. Damn, shimmy. They don't care about shimmy. Help. I blocked the wrong way. Don't do it! Don't do it!
Judy wins.
There's a perfect range for me to heckin' dive kick. Dive kick. Once you get planted high, you can end up getting ranked down. Yeah. Why didn't you use the non-heavy drag? I don't know. Maybe it's a misinput. My non-JP. Yeah, I think it's getting really easy to rank down when I reach plat. Need to work on countering DI. I get hit by it too much. Same. Turning the sound of drive mechanics up makes it much easier. Wait, cannot stop the matchmaking? Oh god. Okay, there it is. Let's have casual match on this one. Why is it only 3 hits? Koraidon K is the best mod so far. Hello? Have you seen Salazzle? Have you seen Salazzle though? Have you seen the Lizard Queen? The Lizard? You know what, true. Koraidon Ken looks really good. Get bonus points for being Ken. You guys are just being biased towards Ken.
The new challenger.
Yeah, it's Koraidon, yeah. Koraidon is a fighting type, it works. That's not Ken. It's Zoroark. Leak. Oh no, what is this rollback? Dude, orang Malaysia, kenapa kamu tak mau use fucking Ethernet cable? Apa kamu buat ni? That was random. They don't like grabbing, okay. Where's my medium punch? Alternate color? Yeah. Kenapa itu rollback busuk? Susah sangat itu fucking rollback. Kenapa? Kamu orang Malaysia? Literally my neighbor. Well, it's not even my neighbor, but like, it's not frame rate. It's fucking what do you call it? Rollback. It's a rollback. The game is running 60 FPS. It's really good. Don't do it. Oh, good grab. Can the spike? We're edgy looking. We're both black color. Oh, cool. Yeah, but the game says on bottom top left, it's running at 60 FPS. It's very good. It's very good right now. It's very good. It's 60 FPS. Dude, fuck. Dude, fuck. I don't care about rollback in Tekken. Rollback in Street Fighter is so detrimental. What the fuck? It's not rollback. It's not rollback's bad. It's more like, because Street Fighter is like my first Street Fighter game, and I just realized how bad it is for me to have rollback, to experience rollback in Street Fighter 6 because I cannot handle it. It's not bad. It's not like the netcode is bad. It's that I cannot handle rollback in Street Fighter 6. That's it. Damn. Don't quite get it. It's a personal preference thing, I think. Oh, that's very punishable. Oh my god, what the fuck is the connect? Jesus fuck, dude. In Tekken, rollback is not as severe. In this game, because everything is so... Every movement could be death. Not saying that in Tekken is not this case, but in Tekken it's not as scary. What the fuck, dude? I am pissed. I am actually pissed. I am so mad right now. And also in Street Fighter, in Tekken, the fastest move is 10 frames. This one, fastest move is 4 frames. You know what I mean? When the fastest move is 4 frames, you can't even see a jab sometimes. It's not. Okay, wait. Rollback is not bad. Rollback's fucking good. Let me just get that out now. Rollback is good. It's just rollback. I cannot handle rollback in Street Fighter. That's it. It's not. I'm not saying rollback is bad. It's not. Rollback is fucking good. Let me put it. Let me put it out right there now. All right. Nice. Good gods, man. Sorry, but I'm actually mad. It's the Wi-Fi thing. It's not the computer. It's. I'll stop. I'll stop. I'm just being salty now. That's plus. Fair enough, that's very obvious. Please kill me. Oh my god. Yeah, just kill me. I'm sorry, I'm mad. I'm very mad right now, I'm sorry. I never really realized how bad rollback is. Like, I cannot handle rollback in Street Fighter because everything is so fast. Let me try to explain what happened. There's a bit of a rollback and delay in Tekken 7, right? Delay meaning that button press is not as responsive, but I'll take that. So that I don't see teleportation, right? I'll take that any day. There's also a little bit of rollback in Tekken 7. It's not as rough because why? Move-wise, the fastest move for Tekken 7, a jab, if you will. Even a dig jab is 10 frames. So let's say just now there was like 3 frames, 2 frames of rollback. I still have 8 frames to sort of look at the jab, you know. And then in this game, the fastest move, 4 frames. Know what I mean? So 4 frames, I can only see the fucking 2 frames of the jab. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Even the dash, okay, maybe not dash. Dash is like 22. 22 is a lot. Oh, sorry. 22 is a lot. So it's just that this everything is so fast. Everything is way faster than Tekken 7. And in Tekken 7, there's no such thing as special cancel. So everything has to come out entirely and then into another move. It's sort of like linking, if you will. Like this is like a Tekken combo. Right? This is not a Tekken combo, right? This one here. That's not a Tekken combo. So it's tough. Which pisses me off as well. I guess that's my explanation on things on what happened just now. But boy, oh boy, that was terrible. That was insane, especially when I go against Cammy, and when Cammy can just have a lot of tools in her like arsenal. We just wouldn't still know how they'll be better than delay. Yeah, again, I guess that's a personal preference thing. You see how you can play Damn Flying Herds in in how much 7 delay frames? Just so that I can see less teleportation. I guess the teleportation just fucks me up real bad. Like, way terrible. In my very opinion, this one. So it's probably a personal preference thing for this one, probably, most likely. I mean, I'm the weird ass that would like to play in 6 delay frames, then having rollback and just like have a very responsive input. Yeah, I would say I'm the weird ass one. But then again, just now the situation, it's a Malaysia to Malaysia netcode. It should not be that laggy. It's a Wi-Fi problem. Right, it's a Wi-Fi problem. Wi-Fi causes rollback because it's inconsistent at best. Also never understood how you're tough enough to play with trying to MS delay to be true. I mean, I guess I have to. I guess, right? Because, again, being in Malaysia does have its disadvantage. Fighting game is not as known around Malaysia, so, and me being a kobold that loves fighting games is a little tough. It's just a little tough. So most games that I play online, like fighting games, oh fuck.
Here comes a new challenger.
I'll take it. It's Zangief. Zangief, the best character in the game. I just know how to play Zangief. 我用9.9键盘打打键盘9.9 Damn, no, what a keyboard, what the fuck? I'll translate that for you all. Oh, it's a modern Zangief, I just realized. Doesn't work. That's not it. Don't jump. Don't charge. Don't charge. I'm waiting for it. Fuck. Don't charge. Don't charge. Don't charge. Fuck. Damn. Okay, they are using a 9 ringgit 9. I mean, if it's Chinese, I don't know where they are from, but 9 ringgit 90-cent keyboard to play Street Fighter. That's their name. Oh, anti-jump grab? Damn, what a god, what a god, what a god, what a god. Oh damn, I almost died. ringgit 90-cent keyboard to play Street Fighter. I mean, modern controls on keyboard, that's valid, that's valid. Oh! Ah, that lifts my mood up. I love this guy. I don't care if I lose. Look at this guy. What a god. 9 ringgit 90-cent keyboard? And the music? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm not even remotely pissed anymore. Shit. Whoopsie. Grab. I'll just take it. I'll just take it. See, this Wi-Fi is 0 frame rollback. That Cammy was downloading something. That Cammy was a bitch. There's no rollback here. It's 0 with the occasional 1. That Cammy was weird. No. Help! Oh! 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 I need help. Oh wow, damn, okay. You wanna do it? You wanna do it? DI? Oh, oh, oh! DI. DI. Sweet. Sweet. I'll take it, I'll fucking take it. Oh, oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Hey man. Hey man. Don't bully. I'm just a lizard. Okay, this guy's a god. No, I forgot to jump. Ugh. Damn, 9 ringgit 90 cent keyboard is OP. That's not it. Oh, 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 oh. I got ASPD. I lost the game. Oh my god! This guy is a god. I thought they were gonna do level 3. Why would you not do level 3? Why would you not do level 3, man? Why would you ASPD me like that? I'm hurt. Good Zangief, that's so scary. I got 2 ASPD. I lost the whole game for that. Yeah, modern Zangief is something else, to be honest.
Here comes a new challenger.
Jury punish counter, I think it's 5 HP. A heavy punch, right? Yeah, I think so. I'm not too sure. Why do you have 2 frames of fucking rollback here? You're using Ethernet cable. What the fuck? Dude. That was plus. Where's my DP? Nice. Where's my DP? Nice. Oh. Okay, the connection is back to normal. Good. I think 5 MP for Jury is also a good punish counter button. In my opinion, I think. I mean, it's not bad. Raw? Yeah, if a 5 MP is punish counter, it goes into 5 HP. But I just cannot react to punish counters now. I'm kinda bad. What? I want a refund. What the? Dude, can I not DP? Fair enough. Wake up, DI. Wake up, DI. I'll skip mine. They like the heavy punch meaty so much. Teach them a lesson. Oh, now they're missing and throws. I'm dead. Nice. Oh. Whoa, damn, that's beautiful. Grab. Doesn't work. Nice. Oh! I'm dead. Level 3. There it is. Good shit. That was beautiful. Cancel through the... Oh yeah. DR 5 NP to 5 HP. That's a thing. And then 5 HP can be cancelled into something else as well. That's also pretty good. Dive. Oh my god, that was a misinput. I'm sorry. Econ, hi. I don't know if I actually butchered your name. I'm so sorry. Welcome in. Oh, help. DP. What the fuck can I call DP? Fair enough. Nice. Spare arrow. Oh. Stop that shit. Oh. Oh, good grab. DP? I messed up. I could have killed. My username is in Estonian, so don't worry about messing it up. Estonian? That's a language? Sorry, I don't know about Estonian. Ah. I mean, probably because I'm from Malaysia, but still, you know. Ah. I'll do it again. Nice jump. Let's punish him! That's a sweep! Damn, what a punish counter. Don't jump. I messed up. Oh. Read that like a book. Oh. Nice. Damn. Oh, good call. That was very obvious. I'm dead. I deserve this. Damn, nice combo. Oh my god, I'm dead. Eh. That's a cool shot of Zoroark. I'll be a little jank.
Cammy wins.
Yeah, this game is fun to fight against. Because there's no rollback. There's no rollback. Cammy got so little damage. I don't know, but it feels like Cammy has a lot of opening up potential. Maybe that's why? I don't know. Or maybe I just get opened up way too easily. Estonia is a very small country with a very small population. Ah. Oh god, no Wi-Fi.
Comes a new challenger.
Marisa? Okay. The language, if it's a language that goes with it, will also be rare. It does sound rare, yeah. Only spoken in the country. We kind of stole it from Finland. Oh. Oh, it's like... So Estonia is somewhere around Europe side, I think? I mean, my geography failed, so...
Round one.
Gladius. Got you. Oh, go. Kill not. Good call. Doesn't work that way. Oh, what? Ooh.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, I have to wait for a little bit. That's not it. They tried to do the big combo. Oh! Don't got you. Do not got you. If you got you, I'm gonna DI. Oh, I told you! I have to wait a little bit! For the punish counter, wait for a little bit. It's okay. There's no need to rush. There's no need to rush. Ugh. I'm going against Marissa. Let's go. Marissa cannot do anything about it. It's Marissa. It's Marissa. I'm dancing. I play Marissa. I should know. Ooh, it recovers very fast. Oh yeah. Oh, fair enough. Need that drive rush gauge back. Drive gauge, please. I didn't know I burned myself out. I might be dead. Yeet. Help. Don't jump. You got you one more time. You got you. You got you one more time. I'll kill you. Let's go. They heard what I said. Got you one more time. I'll kill you. Don't got you. Ew. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm just gonna jump. I'm monkey. I'm monkey. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, damage. Oh, oh. Oh, I should not have lived there. I should not have lived there. Don't do it. I don't think that works. Yeah. Oh god, that doesn't work that way. Don't do it. Oh, what a grab. Uh-oh. Damn, nice. Ugh. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh! That was obvious, you know. I deserve this. Kill me. I deserve. Oh! God damn it. Oh! Damn. Where's my 5 MP? I'm dead. Goodbye world. I'm not dead yet. Mom, give me a second chance. Let's go. Don't jump. Don't got you. Alright. Alright. Okay. I mean, I'll take it. There's a fly on my bed. Not anymore. Fly on your bed? Oh wait, if you're around Europe area, it should be around early morning, right? I mean, I don't know why I'm asking this, but still, I don't like having fly on my bed. The flying noise just sort of annoys me when I sleep, especially on my bed. That works. How many? 6 frames. This is... Oh, okay. Damn, it's so tight. How about this? 5. Oh my god, it's so tight. Both options 5.
Here comes a new challenger.
More KMI, alright. 9:30, half 10. Okay. Look, 12 win streak? Damn. Okay, damn. Goddamn, goddamn, alright. Goddamn, I'm scared. Holy shit. Carrying? Unheard of. Holy shit. That's not... Ooh, damn, they have the execution. Well, not me, I suck. Crap, get out of here. Don't jump. I'll jump. Shimmy, shimmy, grab. Nice! That's a good choice. DP! No fear! Let's go! DP!
Round 2. Fight.
That's not why I pressed. Ugh. Jump back. Good choice. Jump back. Hello, why am I back here? Oh! Another one. No! Oh, nice meaty. Setups? You got those? Don't jump against me, my man. Let's go. End that win streak. We take those. Nice parry. Oh. Damn! DP, no fear. Good call. Oh, good jab. Good shit, good shit. Damn, this Kami is scary. Kami is common character? Yeah, I felt that from a long time ago, I'm sorry to say. To be fair, Kami looks like a very fun character to play with. Grab. Triple grab. Wait up DP, yep. I looked the wrong bar. Oh, nice cross up. Oh yeah, why do I see people able to like DP cross up? How do they even do that? Damn, I'm too late. Okay. Oh, I pressed it too late. Nice combo. Grab. Messed up. Messed up. They messed up. They held they held the parry. I've been called out. It's not it. Jumping. Jumping. Oh, nice. They said run it back. I don't take L from you. Oh shit. Jumping. Oh, that's a punish counter.
Cammy wins.
DP on cross up. There's a technique we just forgot E Honda doesn't need. Oh, sorry. Now I send friend because they chose the other option. I don't know what it is. Sorry, I'm gonna send friend request to this person. They're very nice. I'm sorry. There are two ways to autocorrect DP. One is to delay the button press to catch a cross up. The other is to do a half circle back plus P mode. What? Previously input 12321 to autocorrect DP. That too, it seems. So it's basically
New challenger.
a half circle back for. Damn. Okay. Let me try it. Oh no! What is this rollback, dude? God damn, dude. Bruh, this guy. Roll. Bro, this guy. Why are you downloading shit when you're playing Street Fighter 6 with fucking ranked and then also using Wi-Fi, dude? This is all they do because the connection is so terrible. They just jump around, do that. Okay. I'm salty, I'm salty, I'm salty. I'm salty, I'm salty. Yeah, I'm salty. See, there's so many ways to hit, but the hit is really hard to work with, or is it just entirely different from the past entries? The main thing is that she has made plus on long-range normals. She can really mix it up. Yeah, she is the blender. Whoa! Bro. My DP cannot come out. DP won against this person so many times that none of my DP came out. Good call. I'm not surprised they'll use that option. Bruh! My level 3 became an EX back kick? I'm salty that I lost against this person. I don't think this one of the modern games are so generous that some combination of 3-2-3, 3-2-3. Really? Okay, let's see. 3-2-3. Oh, you're right. Oh shit. Whoa. There's no more 6-2-3 anymore. This is DP. Damn. Okay, that is. It's gotten to a point that people do half circle just to avoid external DP. Sometimes I do that, but I didn't think 3-2-3 is the DP input. When I play Marissa, I get super instead of a Superman punch a lot. But this game is very, I mean, questionable sometimes. I see why, I see why. Dude, this is so much easier, what the fuck? Well, I stand corrected. It's not easy, it's not easy, okay. Actually it's very fucking easy. Yeah, it's not easy. It's easier, but it's not. You know, it is easier. Period. Period. It is easier. Hey, at least I did something just now, right? I did this. I did this into this into this. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. I've experienced it firsthand. Fucking Drive Rush 5 MP became DP. Right, I did that. So I did this combo. The full one, by the way. Oh, I think I just did this. Why are you beating up Motorbike Dragon? Hi, Brekkie. I didn't want to beat up Motorbike Dragon, but it is Pokken tournament. It has to be done. Hi, Brekkie. I wish they would give the option to turn a generous input toots off. Actually, I love the word input toots. Something about that just hits the right way. Input toots. Hi, Eevee. How is the Eevee and how is the Bureki? Yeah, welcome to my salty stream this time. I got salty twice. Against 2 Kami on the Wi-Fi? Yeah. Hi cuties, yeah. Hope you're doing good, Evie. There's to be at least 1 can on the screen at all times. When there is no can, it brings anguish. The can bias, it's real. No one's playing. What is this? Restart matchmaking? I can't pause the game. I can't. I can't. I press start. Uh oh, I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here. I cannot get up. I'm pressing start. I cannot. Help. Oh. Oh, yep. One of us got to fight Draxon. Any one of you want to fight this little kobold? I'll try both then. Street Fighter Purgatory. I'm doing it again. I'm putting in. I'm going in. Game's canceling it for you. Yeah. How much I'm blocked? Oh. A stomp on motorbike. Oh, there it is.
Here comes a new challenger.
Is this the same Marisa? Feels like the same Marisa just now. I'll fight you if you like. Oh, sorry, I read that late. I got a match though. I feel like we're gonna have like a at least try the ping match. Like how I fought against Joe. Connection would be the yeah, US. Help! Ooh. Damn. Gladius? That's +2. Don't do it. Oh, that was hard. Gladius? Oh! Nope. That was rather calm that I reacted to DI. Doesn't work? Help. Oh, my leg. Don't do that. I know how to punish it. I know how to punish it. React fast. Yeet. I deserve that. Oops, second hit. Oh! No. Corner's yours. Nice. No. Let's go. Pro loops.
Round two. Fight.
Nice jab check. Ugh. I did it. Wake up jab, baby.
Judy.
Wake up jab, dude. The upset. I still want to know what people meant when they say Marissa is easy mode. I just can't see it. I think they meant easy as in getting damage. It's easy. But other than, I think Marissa's advantage is just big damage. It's just that. If you were to rush Marissa down and just dance around her, she'll die. Hi Nano. Mom, the kobold makes the animal fight again. Someone stop this kobold. Jeez. This kobold's wildin'. Damage is easy, everything else seems hard as fluff to work. Yeah, that's the thing. She does seem a little easier to play than some. That is true. Even the game says so. Marissa is easier to play. Not weak but hard. It's easier to make her work. If you are not familiar with how far her button reaches and react to anti-air fast enough, then you're gonna suffer playing Marissa. Marissa requires quick reflexes, like more than other characters, especially when it comes to anti-air. Either jump back medium punch, or if the angle is right, down heavy punch is like the good choice there. That's how I know that Marissa has damage. Other than that, she's just a little tough to work with. Easier than the likes of Cammy and Kimberly, yeah. But then in late game, Cammy and Kimberly just like too strong with how much arsenal, how much they have in their arsenal, which makes them like really top tier in terms of like a game plan and opening people up. The options are so wide. A wide selection of options, it's like you're shopping in a supermarket. Game, I swear to God. I just blinked, haha. I just blinked. I love this Hazel head, man. Look at the chicken dance. Oh yeah, Vincent, you wanna play? Oh shit, I cannot press start again, fuck! I shouldn't have done that. Help. Servers have been kinda weird lately. I'll play, alright. Let me just get rid of this. I'm spamming start. I don't know how else I can do. Let me play. Oh, okay, there we go, thanks. Alright, how do we play each other? There's like the custom room, right? Can you find my room? I'll create. Adding friends makes it easier. Singles. Rule. Matches to win infinite room settings. Players. Spectating. Privacy. All? Friends club members only? How about I set all passcode is 4-digit 1028? You know? Would this work? Yeah, I think that's it. Vincent Croft on Street Fighter 2. Oh! Whoa, shit. The wind is so big it's blowing everything over. I think I can do this, right? That's you? I hope this is the right one. Yeah, okay. I'll play Jury if you don't mind. Cute comfy stream. Wow. I do love being here as well. It's so comfy. Makes me feel safe. I like how it shows you as 3 bars in your own lobby. That's just sad. It's like the game is trying to tell me something. Something Malaysian internet sucks. Something, huh? Oh god, I forgot. Yeah. I forgot my wrist hurt. Fuck. I just twisted it. I'm okay. Just holding it. I'm good. Okay, I'm good. Oh, please pat my hand. Oh, can you maybe need bandage? But then it's like the twist from inside. Can you not come in, Vincent? Uppies? Botsa is uppies? Oh my god, that's so adorable.
Cute.
Yeah, like that. It's Vincent. You're the cute one, Evie. You know what? We can both be cute. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sure this is fine. No, I play against Oshi. Oshi is like about trying to ping. I think that's fine. And then I played with Jackaroo from Australia, I think. Who did I play against? Mies? Okay, Mies is the funny part. Mies is from Southeast Asia, I believe. But then the connection between me and Mies is also very terrible, which is weird. Garchomp versus Salazar. Who's gonna win?
Fight with all your heart.
I mean, I guess. Oh! Oh, I think that's punishable. Oh! 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 Ooh! 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 Get away from me! Oh! Oh! I'm alive! DP! Oh! Dive kick! I deserve. Ooh, good call. Neutral jump. Another one. Another one. Neutral jump. Maybe it's another one. Oh. Nice confirm. It is punishable. I'm jumping away. Cone is yours. Oh! I jumped! And my level 1 didn't come out. I think that's punishable. Oh! Ooh, nice. Ooh. That's wrong. Kick. Oh! Don't jump. Don't jump. It's consistently laggy. It's not like the Cammy lag, you know. This is playable. This is very playable in my book. That medium looks jank though. Oh, good call. Ooh. Another one. Just another one. Okay, I'll stop. I think that's plus for him. Oh! Neutral jump. Another one. Just one more. Maybe another one. Okay, I'll jump away. One more. Help. One more. Help. Oh! Oh my god. Ooh, good call. I should react to this. I'll take it. Actually did it. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Don't jump. Oh, I didn't react to it. Oh, I'm dead. Taste my love. Yeah. Oh. Oh, not my neck. Good shit, good shit. Not my neck, though. My neck. Woo. Ugh. Why am I here? Ooh. DP! The classic never gets old. The classic wake up DP. Also, I realized how strong down medium kick to Jury's projectile on burnout. This oh, I pressed one. Oh, I didn't jump. I think that's punishable actually. Shimmy. Oh! I actually pressed. You know what? I should have died there. You know why I pressed? I grabbed her. I don't know why it didn't register. I should have died. I should have died. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Where am I blocking? Oh. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. My leg! Don't jump. Don't jump. I'll jump. I'll jump against you. I will jump. I will jump. I will jump! I will jump. I should react to the armor into grab. See if I can jump on time. Woo! I jumped. I jumped. I'll jump one more. Help! Ow! 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 Oh my god, I got so lucky. I should have died there. I didn't jump. Help. Sweep. I'm dead. Sweep. No, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so. Oh, oh hi, Koraidon. Oh my god. Says on what swap? This is Pokken Tournament 2. Real? Oh my god. How was Stardew Valley? I saw you playing Stardew Valley just now. Into year 5 already. I'm still in year 1. I'm playing it rather slow. Hope you're doing good. Sweet. I'm dead. That's not it. That's mad punishable, I think. Oh, oh, oh. Don't do it. It's not it. Help. think it's... Uh. Oh, Nelly! Mom. That's all I'm trying to do. That's not punish. I suck. I don't know how to play this game. I don't even like Jury, but I find the Monosoma curiously good choice. Yay! I mean, I love Jury, just because I like rushdown characters. I'll do it again. Oh, I'm sorry. I will never do it again. I lied. I lied again. I'll do it again. Ooh, nice jump. Ooh. I think that's punishable. Whoopsies. Best combo? I don't know why I don't know how to do combos anymore. Yeah, I don't know how to talk anymore. How do I do combos? My brain is like jumbled out together. Not a big Jury fan character wise. Fair. Salazar is always number one and well, number two, I guess. Nah, Salazar's number one. And then my other favorite dragon character would be Hexorus. Hexorus, my beloved. Whoa, damn. Might be my dislike of Yandere. Huh? Don't jump. Don't jump. Oh. Don't jump. Don't armor. Don't jump. I'll check you. Yeah. The check. More scooters are kind of scary, but I came to appreciate over time. I don't know. I kind of like Jury. I guess not character-wise, but how she plays. I'm a huge fighting game nerd. No. Good check. Oh god, help. Leg. 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 Oh! 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 I didn't press it. Oh, nice. I'm dead. Not sure if Jury count this. Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, should I search on what Yandere is? Seems to be sadistic. This seems about right. Oh, is Yandere close to being sadistic? Ooh. Ooh. Help! 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 Oh! Oh! Ooh. Ooh. DP! Good call, I'm dead. Good shit. Yanderes are overly clingy, murderously so, but present a soft exterior. I don't think Jury has a soft exterior. Overly clingy? Is Jury overly clingy? Maybe, yeah, maybe it's just sadistic then. Question mark. Oh, finally, a combo. Oh my god. Ugh. Throw loop. Nice jump. Ooh. I almost parried that one. Don't jump. Ugh. Too far. Oh, what? What? In this case, it's less an accusation of yandere as much as it's just a disdain for other ones. Thanks, English. Want to see my Salazar alter ego? Yes, please. I would love that very much. Thank you very much. Eek. Oh. Oh! Ah! Ooh! DP, I'm dead. Let's go. The sequel? Help! Wow, damage! Bruh, help! I'm sorry to have never messed around with Marissa. I will never do it again. I lied. Let's go. Another. Oh! Wait. Wait a second. Okay, just keep it simple. Just keep it simple. Get that neck. Get that neck. Was it an art share? Oh, yes, thank you. I will look at it afterwards. I will always appreciate a Salazar. Oh my god, ow. Got you. I should react to got you as well. Oh, how's this? You know, those can be DI'd, especially the kick. Neutral. Azalea, hi. Welcome. Give me a second. I'm fighting a Garchomp here. We're playing Pokken Tournament 2. I lied. It's not. It's actually Shredder 6. Oh, help! Oh, hi. Azalea, hi. I hope I don't butcher your name. How Nano? Hi, Nano. Again. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I'll disrespect that. I'll dance around Marissa. Sorry if that's toxic. Oh yeah, guys, look, my heckin' jewelry is now platinum, finally. I'll do it again. I'll disrespect that. How was stream? What were you playing? Give me a second. DP. The sequel? I'm dead. The prequel works. Oh, help! DP. Well, the anime adaptation works. Wait, give me a second. Almost. Oh wait, I have to request. Oh yeah, I want to do it. Sorry, give me a oh, okay, give me a second. Stream was good playing Wizard of Legend and finding out how silly Chaotic Pendulum is. Chaotic Pendulum? Wizard of Legend?
Badminton reminder, whatever you'll do with that.
Whatever I'll do with that. Oh, it's only 326. Ah, okay. Did you guys give a shout out? Oh my god, thanks. You guys, oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are so efficient, thanks. I didn't see it. I was very focusing on Pokken Tournament. But yeah, I'm glad the stream was good. Welcome in, everyone. Also, my name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games, and I do art occasionally. Like, I'm supposed to do art today, but I hurt my wrist. And therefore, I'm here. It's because my wrist hurt that I can only handle a controller and not a tablet.
Here comes a new challenger.
So yeah. I think my brain just suddenly shut down for a little bit. Oh god. What is this feeling?
Here's to round one.
My brain just shuts down for a few
Pat
seconds.
wrist.
Pierce. No, Pierce. No. That recovers pretty fast. Oh, I thought that was a cross-up. No! I didn't jump in time. Oh, I pressed one. Ooh, JP is hard to deal with.
Round two. Fight.
Ooh, even that higher? Oh, there's so many things to look out for. Good grab. Oh, it's a grab? It's a heckin' grab? Okay. It ruined not my neck, Jesus. Nice block. Ooh, good shit. Gonna abuse JP stubby buns. Stubby. JP hips? Nah, no one beats Salzo's hips, alright? You can cover him with constant lightning, but you can also easily get a stun lock till death. Damn, that sounds wild. Makes me kind of want to play Baldur's Gate 3. Also, I looked at Baldur's Gate update. I'll take it. No. Ooh. Damn, that's wild. Oh, okay. Talking about Salzo. who could resist Salzo's hips? Not gonna lie, right? Oh, I didn't take it. I'm getting checked. I'm getting checked. Whew. Whew. What was that? Was that a wake up level 3? Was there a wake up leverage that I saw from the rollback frame? In terms of lore, non-male creatures, I think, because pheromones. I mean, I can have like a bit of a hips, right? Sweep, cross up. Oh, second. Woo! Wait. I didn't enter. Oh. Oh, good call. I'm dead. Don't jump. Ken has hips as a 3? Wow. Whoa, Oshi, oh my god. That's a hip? Oh, that's not it. Woo! I didn't press the button quick enough. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't try to get away. Oh. Bonus yours. Oh. Help. Oh god. Oh! How we doing? How you doing? How's your day? Looking dapper today, huh? Oh my god! Oh god! Oh, 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 oh. Why are we going typing 1? What's going on? No. I don't know what's going on about type 1 as well coming in. Ooh, good call. I'm blocking. Low. Another one. Oh, help. Oh, oh. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do about that one? I was holding up. I was holding up. Oh, hi, Dinari. Missed you. Hi, Hypnomancy.
Care to hear how this ends? In hips.
In hips? I'm gonna cry. I don't have health, I don't have health. I don't know that it's actually a grab. So first time on the block string, I didn't hold up, so I assumed it's a grab. Second time I jumped, I still got grabbed? Is it a grab? I could try parrying that one, I guess. Yuri, your legs.
It's hip to have hips.
True. I cannot react to that. I pressed it. It's not a grab, you can cancel into off juggle. Oh, it's a grab. Sorry, this is a command grab. It feels weird as hell. I press 1. I press 1. I press 1. Just going to check the wiki. That would be great, thank you. I don't know what's going on. I hold up, I got hit. Both happens during block string, that's the thing. Damn, I cannot react to DI. I can hardly react to jump anymore. There's too many things to look out for when going against a JP. Am I dead? Am I dead? Whoa, what? Oh, the one above is actually overhead? Damn, okay. So there's so many things I still don't know about JP, that's insane. Try to grab them but can be blocked. I wasn't pressing a button. Okay, guess I'll just have to be a good girl and just hold back then, I guess, right? I grab. Playing Fluke and JP in the mid-high silver didn't really play much ranked match because of anxiety. Oh yeah, I remember the first time I tried to go into ranked, it's really scary. A Tekken though, right? Tekken eases me into ranked matches. Whew. Oh, I teched it a little bit late. Yeah, I get the anxiety. I get that. In that case, most likely is ranked anxiety thinking. Situational wise, I'm not gonna say like in general life, but oh, I can react to anti. Oh, mommy! Didn't come out quick enough. Wake up, Jan. Because I can. Oh! Hi, Turquoise. That's punishable. If my full hard charge gets blocks, that's very punishable. I think medium punishable, I think. Ooh. I deserve this. Now I'm dead. I'm not dead. Mom, give me a second chance. Let's go, Mom, give me a second chance.
Judy wins.
For rank and just thinks of its matchmaking systems. Not as something to climb. It takes time to ease into rank, I believe. It took me a while to play ranked in Tekken 7. Months even. Hit grab. Yeah, hit grab is very nice. I pressed it a little bit too late. Hope you're doing good, Turquoise. I jumped into it. DP. Dive kick. Cross up, another one. Whoa, that shit homes? Goddamn, JP has everything. That's the strongest counter. That ain't no way. Ain't no way. Nah. That's too much. Nah. JP has everything. Nah. Holy shit. Making me smart Sazzle hit and to drop a related coffee fact. I'll take it. Hit me with a fact. Woohoo! I did jump. Have properties of a normal grand living will be far away with a hard knockdown. Oh, mama. Did you know Koraidon is immune to non-magical bludgeon damage and could therefore hip drop on someone at any desired height? Can I have it? Wait, what? What? Hey, I'm a kobold. I can get away with that. All right. I have a get out jail free pass. No grab. 5 frames, Link. Woo! Your bones might not. What a way to go, right? Not my neck. What a way to go. Gets this knockdown and adjusting after the hit. Thanks, game. Good check. No. And play pure footsies. I'll play patient as fuck. I'll play lame as fuck. It's just salty that matters. It's just salty that matters. Oh, help! Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh god. I should stay humble. I'm sorry. Best punish in the game. Let's go. Who? Saw some of the base Vegeta stuff like the knee. Oh! I tried to grab him. Woo! Don't jump. Too much jumping. No. Leg. Double. Ow. No. Pierce. No. Good grab. Overhead. I'll take the win! I'll take the win! I'll take the win! Hi Xavier. Sorry if I'm missing a lot of chat, man. The screen has like really small chat box. Sorry. Armor spikes would be different now, but there would only be spikes applying in the case of outgoing. That's a combo, right? Whew. Oh, I'll take it. Whoa. Punch him. Need to check you. I cannot keep getting checked. Whee! I got checked. I'll take the style points. Ooh, pressure.
Judy.
2 ashes to shreds. 2 shreds. Fury pressure, disgusting. Good jump. The grab. Ooh. If I may. Ooh. No. Oh, I didn't jump. That is so fast. If I may. That's not a combo. I messed up. Now observe. No. Footsies. Oh, help! Ow! 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 No! Ow! Ooh! Ow! Ooh! Ah! Ah! Ooh! No! No! That hits. Oh, damn, nice. Not my neck. In room. Now observe. I thought a grab is coming. Oh! Inside the dive kick into the grab. Wow. Whoa, nice. It's a self-defense option. Nelly, where's my level 3? Huh. Oh my god, my NTR is not fast enough. Whew. Oh my god, it's so fast! When the command grab comes out over at that range, it's close to unreactable. JP truly has everything. Now observe, it's over! If I may. I'll burn myself out. I'll burn myself out for this. Nice. Nice block. Ooh. Combo! Combo! Don't jump. Check. Don't jump. I'll check you. Don't jump. I'll jump. Don't jump. Oh! I'll DI. Oh, help! I'm dead. I'll do it again. Opponent's yours. Oh! I'm dead. Oh. That's not worth. Oh!
Judy wins.
Jury stonk. Okay, can I play some Marissa after this? I want to play some Marissa. I'm gonna see how Marissa fare against a good JP like this. Help. Too late. Oh! Phone is yours. It's over! Help. Where's my... Cancel! Woo. If I may. Pierce! Repress! Pierce! Shall we? No! Oh my god, it's so fast! Jury, your punch! Jury, you're punching the wrong way! No, not this time. Don't jump. Don't jump! Never get full screen burnout and never dig straight down. Oh, I've been there, yeah. Ghost! No! If I may. Good crap. I'll take the damage. I'll take the I'll get the gripe gauge back as well. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye, world. Were you letting me out? Was it a feint? You have a feint? No? Oh no. I pressed it too late. Q. I'm dead, I'm dead. I am mega dead. Fair enough. Fair enough. Damn, now I'm getting checked. Oh! Damn. I'm dead. Just the bucket might not save you if you fell in directly or if a creeper drops you in the ravine. Those are Minecraft things, right? I only play a little bit of Minecraft back then. After playing for a bit, I just not sure what to do. Also, I think I mind read a little bit of what Hidden said in this game. Also, don't worry. Well, I'm not even that good yet. I don't think I am. Look at me getting bodied. Oh! Wanna confirm? No. Huh. I believe what? Lurk shopping? Okay, good luck shopping. Going in, going in. I'll take it. Obviously, if you're jacked up on armor and fire rest, you can take those risks more, but I've seen that cost blunder so often in early to mid games. Minecraft, right? Hi, Merp. Hello, fellow kobold. Ooh. I got so lucky. Ooh, good call. No. I cannot react to it. Ooh. My leg. Dude, on close range, that's a goddamn mix. Why is close range JP so fucking scary? Ah. Oh yeah, oh my god. I didn't know. Wait, JP close range has an overhead and low mix? And a command grab? Who the fuck says JP is not strong? Come out right now. What the fuck? JP has close range mix, zone, command grab, air grab, good buttons, and a goddamn counter. Damn, that's a mix. If I may. Oh, I grabbed. Yep. Not my neck. Not my neck. Yeah, JP is goddamn strong. Wouldn't say broken per se, right? Definitely not. But yeah, JP is definitely up there. Ooh, oh god. If I ooh. A command grab that's like super fast, especially depends on range. Yeah, my brain shuts down. I don't even want to react anymore. There's too many things to look out for when I play against JP. Quite brain consuming. Oh. Yeah, I get fucking tired. Too many things to look out for. Close range mix is a little tough to go against. Long range I can definitely react to that. Couple really good Japanese players have JP as A tier, not quite S but quite close. Fair enough, I think maybe they found like what to do against JP, I guess. But me, I really don't know. E Honda, however, is even worse. So yeah. At least put it into perspective that E Honda is absolutely fucking broken. Oh. Yeah, those are all mixed because there's overhead and low. Like the Pokemon. Only normal, it's Salazzle. Oh my god, I cannot react to that. Level 3! Only played a single night of rank as JP and got 10 win streaks as him because nobody could play against him, and I started learning him the same night. Oh, yeah, JP can really start off strong. To learn against JP, it's not only to like learn against JP, it's to react to his mix. It's also really tough. Oh, I forgot I want to try Marissa. I want to try Marissa against JP. I want to see how it goes. And knowing that JP has everything is really tough to go against as well. It makes the whole game like really hard to just too many things to look out for, and it hurts my brain. Oh, there we go. I don't want to use I don't want to use DI in this matchup. You can use it all. You can use the DI as much as possible. It's fine. I just want to learn the matchup, so that's why I'm not using DI as much. And also DI on this connection is a little. It's a little oof. So that's why I'm not using DI as much. But you can use DI. I'm not saying that you don't use DI. Just use it all you want, right? Oh. Whoa, yo, what? Okay. And great to have you here with Salazzle doing her hypnomancy. Hypnomancy? Dude, I'll take. Sorry, let me change character for a little bit. Thank you, Vincent. Give me a second. Give me a few seconds actually. Okay. How do I change character? Better settings. Marisa, no, it's not Marisa, it's Garchomp. Lily? Damn. Salazzle, check the Discord. Okay. Yeah, very strong JP, dude. Can I? I'm gonna show it on stream. damn it, you cannot just post this and just like... I mean, I have a Salazar model. It's only like as Salazar as it gets. I'm a pedo. Hi. Wait, that's a bad name. Sorry. I actually fell for it. Hey, I'm not gonna get banned for that, right? Good shit. You got me there. But yeah, good Salazar. Holy shit. God, maybe I should set Salazar E5 my Kobo. Can the Kobo become Salazar? I got this. I heard Lily really suffers from like drive reversal, but I never really used the reversal. I don't feel like drive reversal is a good thing to do, but that's just me. Lily's pretty much the worst in the game right now next to Zangief. Yeah, but then I really want to play Zangief though, because of... you know, Zangief is like the hype beast. Zangief is like everything Zangief do, I just like go like, oh my god, Pog face. It's so good. Punch, punch. Oh. Oh shit. Don't do it. I messed up. Don't do it! Oh, what the fuck? Damn, that's faster? Damn, alright. Go for it. I'll jump. I'm Marissa, I jump. Nice combo. Whew, I'm dead. Zangief is hype. I think that's gonna kill Lily instead. Look at the shark fin. That's gonna kill. Look at the fin. Get in the Pokeball. Pokeball. Get in it. No. Marissa's round. Marissa's round. I'll disrespect that. Punch the child. That would be so OP in Street Fighter with my shotgun. Oh, I mean, yeah. I'm plus. Don't do it. Bully? Yeah, Marissa. Marissa is a bully character. It's a cross up? Damn, that's wild. Good check. Punch! Ugh. Peek! Ooh! Oh! Damage! Marisa OP! Seemed to give Marisa another chance. She was the first one I wanted to play as, but it wasn't clicking with her for some reason. Oh, I mean, Marisa is really hard to like... really hard to make her work because Marisa is so sluggish. Never realized neutral jump is so strong. I need to be more patient. Says when I jump twice. That was teleportation. Ooh. I think I have the... I don't have the health! Play of Hulk in MC3, I think should fit in my playstyle if I tried it. Oh yeah, if that's the case, totally. I'll disrespect that. Huh, I jumped! I thought that was a level 2. I think that's safe. Together! Double! Together! That's not it. A 1-2 punch! Someone actually won a tournament with Marissa recently when people were saying she wasn't that good. Say with Blanca. Blanca is just wildin'. Okay, command grab beats that then. Damn, that's faster, okay. Damn! Lily's wildin'! Lily be wildin'! So Lily, I have to rush her down and not give her any chance with the charge then? Oh, I messed up. Yeah, if I rush Lily down and not get a charge to do Counter Spire, that's insanely strong. I'm wilding too much. I'm wilding too much. Help! Nope. Ooh, good jump. Marisa charging is kind of scary. Oh, I pressed it too late. No. The punch. A le punch. Le punch. Le punch. Oh, that's dead. That's nasty. That's nasty. I didn't think that DI beats. That beats DI? The armor? Damn, that's wild. Good check. Oh. Good jump. Ooh. I think that's very punishable. Yeah. Ooh. 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 I think that's a daylight robbery. I'm sorry. You don't deserve the daylight robbery. Oh my god, that's nasty. That hits from 10 miles away. Whoa, you also play Manon. Oh my god, you play so many characters. Damn, Vincent is strong. Everyone is strong. I only play 2 characters. I don't know how to play more.
Here comes a new challenger.
Like in Tekken, I only play like the Mishimas. I don't even play other characters as much. I mean, I do have Armor King and the slightest bit of Lei Wulong, but that's pretty much it. Cannon fight, cannon. It's not cannon, I'm Garchomp. Whoa, wrong start? Wild. Whew. Get down. Oh. Smoky dragon is high. Welcome, welcome. I blocked that. I can't believe it. That was totally luck. That was 100% luck.
Where are you going? Sweet dreams. Stand still. I have you.
Oh! Thank God that doesn't hit behind.
Marisa win. Round one. Fight.
Ooh. Oh. Nice combo. Too late. Punch! Marisa punch! Ooh, oh! Oh, nice. I duped. I totally duped. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh god, I shouldn't have been wild. Oh, Hello? Uh-oh. Huh, good shit. The zone. My leg. Wake up, jab. Oh. Oh. Garchomp is dancing? Oh my god. Garchomp dance real? I'm dead. Level 3. Huh. It's... Don't do a thing! I was trying to react to jump ins. They were stupid. They were stupid. Punch. Oh. Ah. Punch. Punch. Woo. Damn, that was wild. I don't know what happened. Overhead. the wake up deep. Wake up dip. Ooh. Damn, the tail is looking great. I cannot react to that still. Huh. Oh god. I messed up. I actually messed up big time.
Marisa win.
That was the hugest mess I've ever seen in my entire life.
Round one. Fight.
Huh. Ooh. Oh, nice. Was there no blocking? Oh shit. Help. Help. Oh, with the armor.
Round two. Fight.
Oh. I cannot react to that. Wait, that's blockable? Isn't that a grab? Yeah. Wait, what? That's not it. I pressed a button. Help! Oh. Oh my god, Garchomp dance is so cute. Oh, the super made it 10 out of 10. I get to see Garchomp dance. 10 out of 10 super. Let's go. Don't do it. I had a feeling.
Marisa win. Round one. Fight.
Man, sorry, I only played 2 characters. Oh. Oh. I'm dancing. Oh. Punish. Oh. I have no help.
Round two. Fight.
Oh man, I'm not fast enough for that. Let us begin. Fantastic. Oh, okay. I think that's some sort of a setup. Or maybe I'm just too dumb. Eh. Yeah. Whew. My brain shuts off a little bit. My brain shut down. I don't know what to combo with. Saying, I'm mid jump. What am I supposed to do? Ooh. I almost. That seems super hard to do. Ooh, that's a huge punish.
Marisa wins.
The punch.
Round one.
Oh, oh god. Oh, nice. Oh, 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 oh. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, that's a combo? That must be punishable. Oh! Ooh, the shark's down! Hi, Lupo. Been a while, I hope you're doing good. We're coming. That's not it. That's not it. Ooh. Oh! I didn't do level 3! I didn't do level 3! I want to do level 3 for the style. Oh, that's very punishable. Hey, almost. Help! The punch.
Marisa wins.
Marisa round. Stretch that bone. I will. I'll do a simple. I don't even need to stand up for this one. Yay. Oh, good. Thanks, Evie. Oh. Oh, I missed one. That's minus. Oh! Hey, hello? That was my Superman punch? A Superman punch became level 1? I guess that's like a very easy misinput for this game, question mark? Ooh, good jump. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I didn't. Combos. I'll do it again. I'm Marisa. Ooh, good call. Come here, come here. Don't go away. Come here. Oh, I'm dead. Help. Oh. Best super in the game. Let's go. Gotron dance is so good. Oh. La 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 la. Help! Oh my god. Oh. Eek. Grab. I think that's Mini.
Marisa wins.
La 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 la. Gonna love it when Manon sings. Almost. I think I know the answer to that string. And I think that's why I don't see a lot of Manon use that string at all. This one. The overhead. I think it's very susceptible to getting DI. It's just my observation, probably. But of course it can be a combo extension. But as a raw overhead, I think that's quite dangerous. Ooh. Yeah, this is a good overhead, but that string I think is like a combo extender. Which is why I don't see a lot of people use that as raw overhead. Ooh. Ooh. Marissa, you had that punch charged up. I'm dead. I want to anti-air at least once. Legs, overhead, legs, overhead, legs. I sense legs. Keep it simple, keep it simple. Don't need to do that special into this. Oh, that fucking hurts. Holy shit, like that claw went into the brains? Her feet are so unnaturally long, it looks so weird. Manon, yeah, kinda does, not gonna lie. A little bit. Oh. Oh, fantastic! Help! Oh. Fantastic! Oh, nice. I cannot anti-air. And then, level 3. Nice. Oh, there's no singing though. It's okay. I beat you out, dude. Reminds you of Oscar in Tekken? Her hands are so freaking large. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what it's called, but in Chinese, like, her style of martial art is like Qing Na So. Even the style of her art has like a hand written there. Qing Na So. So is literally hand, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, burnout's tough. I thought that was my hardest read of all time. I won it. Oh. Yeah, I think that's definitely DI-able. Oh, oh, oh. Ow. Ooh.
Marisa win.
Anti-air. If Mirza's anti-air hits, it gets a knockdown. That's kind of huge, to be honest. I'll be a little slow, but hey, I'll take it. The 4 Lotus. Hi. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Oh, oh. Oh, good call. Corner's yours. Oh, help. Am I dead? Damn, that's a good damage. Oh my god, what a bold. Damn, that is so good. Holy shit. You know, I never expected that, and I accept defeat. I will accept defeat 200%. Holy shit. Still cannot react to that. Oh. Oh, that doesn't work. I thought that works. Oh, it's a low. Yeah, they cannot block against low unless it's EX, I think. Oh. Let us begin. Oh, I'm dead. Good, wake up, super. Good call, good call. I got thirsty. I got bloodthirsty. My eyes only see blood. I want to punch. It's a nice wind pose. Oh my god. I'm welding. I can jump over that. Okay, okay. Come here. Oh! Oh, I grabbed. Good call. I grabbed because I thought most people in Burnout would do a lot of grabs. I mean, me included. Oh. Hello? That was my Superman punch? Whoa, damn damage. I'll take it. I thought it's a pixel. Oh. I need to learn how to respect people and wake up. Oh. The Superman punch. Oh. Oh, good grab. Punch. Woohoo. I almost died. I might try something. I don't know if that actually works. Yep. Good. That's not it. Oh! That's not it. Oh. Help! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I don't know dance. Actually, I want to. Let's go. It never gets old looking at Pokemon dancing. Never gets old. I love it so much. Oh, good. I didn't react to it. Huh. And I realized something. Well, I mean, just curious, why were you backing down when I'm at the corner? It's almost as Korean says, Kajimara go! Gonna make use of the corner situation. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, just kind of curious. Because I feel like if Manon has the wall, I think Manon is like a beast. So does all characters, to be honest. Flame. Almost. I think that might work. Huh. Help. I gotta do something dirty. I gotta do something that's absolutely nasty. Yeah. Yeah. It was too slow. I think that could work as well. I should try it. Oh, I'm dead. I still didn't respect people. Wake up! I still did not respect. Ooh. That's one answer, I guess. Ooh. Ow. God, the tail looks so good though. Especially on that one. Oh, I pressed one. Fantastic. I mean, I guess backing away against Marissa works really well. Too far. I'm getting schmixed. I'm getting schmixed. On mid-screen. I'm getting schmixed. Ooh, too early. Oh, we had the same idea. Yeah, burnout.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Not long enough. I tried. Oh. Oh. Am I dead? Level 3? Huh. I did Superman touch. You know what? Sure, I've just blocked. Sure, I just blocked. I wonder how many wake up supers have I eaten. I can do it again. I can do it again. Oh. Full screen? I mean, I do have a hard time trying to catch up to you, I guess.
Where are you going? Sweet dreams.
I'll take it. Actually respected once. But I thought drive. I don't know. I thought I couldn't block up the drive rush. I thought lah. But then I still block, so I'll take it. Oh, I cannot cancel that move. Nice, that was really fast. Whew. I did not punish that, really? I mean... I guess we have time. Having a life lead and all. Whew. Hi, Turbo Fanny. Hello, we're coming. No, Marissa, put your hand longer. Whew. Oh. The punch.
Marisa wins.
Marisa punch.
Round one. Fight.
I didn't do it. Is that a thing? What, a range? Whew. Also, I think Marissa has the strongest normal effect ever. Oh, shit! Oh, spicy! Damn! Oh, spicy! Holy shit! That was great. That was fucking great. The command grabs. I've been called out. Now I need to swing. I need to swing and... Sorry. The AI over there is just nasty. Especially at the 259 ping. Oh, I'm dead. That's a lie. I never die.
Marisa wins.
Yeah, me DIing there was a little nasty. I'm sorry. Whew. Wait, what? Wait, I'm burnout as well? Since when?
For defense.
Wait, how did I get burnout? I didn't check. I didn't see. I think I did something too much. I didn't even realize that I'm burned out. Oh. How you doing? Oh shit. Oh, good call. On the spin, I guess you can DI that. Can you cancel the spin? Can Manon cancel spin? Oh. Are you changing character? Oh, oh, a Marissa action? Oh god, oh god. All right. I think I fought your Marissa with my jewelry already. Yeah, I did. Marissa cool. We all love Marissa, don't we? We all love Marissa. Oh, that's a cool. Oh, how do you get that? I want that. I want that costume. I want that outfit.
Fight with all your heart.
Oh my god, that's cool as fuck.
Your best shot.
I mean, it's not as cool as Garchomp, but still. Ugh. Yeah, snowball. That's Marissa. Don't do it. Oh, I just jump into it. I'm dead.
Where are you
Oh,
going?
oh, oh.
Sweet dreams. You're done. Where are you going? Sweet dreams.
Marissa around. Oh, goodbye world. I've been buried. Yeah, I should really just respect people. I got hit by way too many wake up supers. I need to learn to respect. I didn't do it. Oh! I'll take it.
Marisa wins.
I never realized how super is really strong in this game. It beats out all the system mechanics. I need to keep that in mind. Oh, that's sexy. Oh, that is sexy. Oh my god. Yeah, I got one combo as well. Oh, do I? Excuse me? What is the hitbox? Oh. Oh. Marisa combo.
Marisa wins.
Yeah, Marisa combo is insane.
Round one.
Good check, good check. Oh my god, that was so cool looking. Good call. All the way too. Oh, that's punishable, okay. I blocked the wrong way. Oh, good stuff. This is a good combo. Yeah, that face exactly. Good combos in any fighting games at all. By default, they're all sexy. Oh, nice. That's not it. Ooh. Ooh, nice. Good answer, good answer.
Marisa.
Oh, look, it's a normal helmet. Finally, no more neck helmet. Finally, no more neck helmet. Oh. Oh my god, that's so hard. Bonus yours. Oh. Ugh. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll do it. Oopsies. Footsies. I love playing footsies in this game. Something about that is just endless tense moment when you're playing footsies. It's almost like playing spacing in Tekken as well. The space is 3D space. Makes it all the more exciting to watch. Let's go! Big combo! Oh my god! I did it! Oh, oh my god, that kills! What the fuck?
Now you know history.
God damn! That kills? Holy shit! Neck helmet. Watch your toes. Oh. Jumping weight. Anti-air. Tapping my turn. Ugh. Oh. Oh, I don't know what happened. There was a weird interaction. I never realized how strong Drive Rush for Marisa is. Insane. Need to spam that more against real people in ranked. But now I'm just practicing. See that? I have you. I went for it. Oh god, ah. Counter's yours. Help! Whoopsies. Whoopsies. What? I did a little late there. Oh god, good shit. Oh. Scramble. Oh, I didn't respect again. Jumping. Jumping again. Jumping again. Gladius. Superman punch. Superman punch. The sequel. The prequel. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. It's the zoning that matters, I think. I need to work on my corner pressure. I mean, Marisa is strong, but Marisa is, I already have like quite strong, I would say, quite okay-ish corner pressure with Marisa, but maybe I should do it with Jury more. Nice block. Ooh. Oh. Oh. I'll charge it up. You know, that's actually a Superman punch. Superman punch became level 1. Happens too many times, man. Oh, range. Oh. Good shit, good shit. What? Oh, that was almost a hard read. Almost. Oh. Oh, good grab. Dude, did we both just went for the same option? We both. The standoff armor. I tried to grab that. Correct, correct, correct. Jump in. I had a feeling. I saw the tree bar, I had to block.
Now you know history.
Marisa wins.
I'm gonna switch to Jury, or I want to play Jury back a little bit. Are you still playing? Oh, JP, wait. Okay. If it's JP, then
What badminton status? Cancelled, not cancelled. Just watching an audience? Anyone driving you?
no one driving me. I think I can drive there on my own. I think I'm probably gonna spectate a lot more and have fun with a few like left-hand matches. So yeah, I'm still going to badminton. I want to try Mercer against your JP. Also, welcome back, Kinky. Wait, it's 520. wait a second. Okay, let's do a first to 3 then. No, badminton. My badminton. I didn't know it's 520. Let's go. I'm Marista. Oh. I'm jumping. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I parried that one. Oh, I can react to that. Level 3? No. Whew. Oh god, Marisa, your jump. Fair enough, I do that one too many times. Oh, good call. Yeah, fair enough. I was thirsty, I saw blood. Whoa! I gotta keep jumping. Oh!
Marisa wins.
Marisa vs JP Battle of Giants. Those that will survive, especially since strong as is that zone mid range. I still need to determine where mid range is, to be honest. Oh. Woo. Whoa, Marisa! Whoa, what a punish. Ugh. Wait, I jumped. Maybe a little late, I guess. Ow. No. Ooh, the mix, the schmix. Think roughly round start, give or take a bit, probably. Okay. Oh, good call. I'm jumping again. Ooh. Ooh, I'll take it. Nita, hi. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, Nita. I know this. Oh, Genki desu ka? Ah, see, I learned. Hope you're doing good. Hope you are very Genki desu. Ooh, if I may. Here's. I'll do it. Oh, I thought that's a cross-up. Because Garchomp is too thick. Oh god, I cannot react to that. Whew, I'm dead. Yeah, good call.
Care to hear how this ends? In ruin.
Nita, cute bear. I know bear is Kuma, right? Because I played Tekken. So, kawaii Kuma? That's a rather literal, I think. This one. Whoa. That was not it. Good check. Oh, good wake up super. That's the bully button. Yes, Genki Desu. Nice, Genki Desu. Good to know you're very Genki Desu. Had a feeling.
Marisa wins.
Marisa. Okay, I think I can only go for first to 3. Oh god. Nice. Nice leg. My leg. Ooh, Superman punch! That was supposed to be an overhead. Oh. Oh. Hello, that's a misinput. That is an actual misinput. I'll take it. No. Yep. We yippin'. Wait, I'm +2, I think. Yeah. I can abuse this shit. I messed up. My leg. Overhead in 5 frames to roll back. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. Oh. Corner's yours. I backdash and I cannot jump. Good grab. Oh, I thought that works. Yeah, I had to chip you out, sorry. Gila, we played for a little bit. I think I have to stop here. I'm sorry, Vincent. I had to go. There's badminton tonight. I don't know if you're here. Oh, I can chat. Badminton soon. I'm sorry. Oh, Vincent's here. Hi, Lex. Stinky. Hi, Joe. Thanks for the pets. Starting to think JP grab might be a bit underpowered at range. JP's grab? GG's, Vincent. Thanks for playing with me so much. Big appreciate. I think I learned a lot about JP as well. So yeah, I'm ready to go out there and beat all those JP's ass. Thanks to Vincent. Thank you for the matches. Really, those are really strong matches, man. Yo, Manon is very scary too. JP command grab needs to be a bit faster. I mean, it's fast when it's point blank range. Like, at point blank range, I can literally not see the grab. Or like, close range, not point blank. Close range, I cannot see it. I think it's already fast enough. He's a zoner with good. He has a schmix when he's close range. Still also grabs fast. That's Dragon Balls. That's Dragon Balls. It's not shit. It's not shit fighter. If it's close range, you can jab check. Okay, I can jab check the heckin' command grab. What about the other projectiles? Because I just realized when JP is at close range, JP has like a almost instant overhead and low mix with the no. Can't jab check the counter? Yeah, there's counter. But then again, if it's counted, it has to be a huge, hard read at that point. Right? And I think now it's a good time to show y'all. Can show punishment? No, yeah, that is why it's a huge read. The maid. Maid Kobo. I mean, I love the maid dress. I just need to like fix it well. Is Nightmare not in Schmish Fighter? Okay, the game jammed. I have to force close it. Oh, God damn it. Thanks, game. There. Okay, there you go. All good. Need Nightmare DLC. Yo, that would be kind of cool though, not gonna lie. But Nightmare in Street Fighter, I'm not too sure. That sounds fucking great though, not gonna lie. Like, I would love to see Nightmare in... Yeah, Nightmare in Street Fighter would be cool, not gonna lie. Time to blow cartridge restart. I want to listen to Rashid's theme again. Rashid's theme's cool. Why? Because it's like, it sounds so fun. It sounds like someone's just having fun with the theme. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna get ready. At the same time, let me try to get the rewards back.
But don't you worry about my boyfriend. He's a boy whose name is Victorino. I don't want him, couldn't stand him. He was no good, so I... Now come on, what was I supposed to do? He was out of town and his two friends were so fine.
What? What?
Y Macarena. Cat J-A-M.
Cat J-A-M. Don't you worry about my boyfriend. It's a boy whose name is Victorino. I don't want him, couldn't stand him. It was not good, so I... No, what? Is that lyrics? I'm gonna assume that's lyrics because I have no idea what that is. I feel like I learned some things too in our fights. Yeah, I appreciate the fights a lot. Thank you. Although there were some nasty moments where I just like did DI at the wall at 250 something ping, so sorry about that. There's some nasty stuff that I did which you totally didn't deserve. So I'm sorry again. Macarena lyrics English version. Oh, the song Macarena. Oh yeah. Hey Macarena. That one. Did some nasty things too, I'm sure. I mean, it did the pings, right? The ping. Hey, it's fair, it's fair. It's a good way to train DI reaction. Yeah, it's very good way to train DI reaction. Very. DI prediction? Yeah, that too. Never really listened past Macarena. I only know about Macarena. That's it. That's it. A period. Full stop. That's it. Edge? Because you didn't pay for my channel. This is a pay-to-win channel. I'm being toxic. I'm being very toxic to my dragon. You cannot hear this because you're in ads. You're in the ad thing, so. Yeah, and pokes, Misha, it's very annoying to have your random pokes DI'd. Yeah. But that's how we learn. If we notice that our thing is getting countered, then yeah. You're gonna learn to play along. You're gonna learn to adapt. Pay to win to OP? Yeah. If you pay to win on my channel, you don't get ads at all. I know, insane. What a bargain. What a bargain, I tell you. This pay to win thing sangat bagus, I tell you. Bagus sangat. Saya suka. Macam suka. Memang suka. Macam yes. Memang yes. Did you know that all of the song Macarena were born in the city I live? Oh shit. Damn, cool. Oh my god. The city, that's really close, it's not country. Does it come with a discount for Beijing corn? Why Beijing corn? Wait, what? Why does it sound like Beijing corn? Discount for emotional damage. It's already so
emotional damage.
It's so affordable. I'm not gonna discount emotional damage. The TTS just died. I think TTS
Emotional
just
damage UWU.
Okay, no, it's just really late. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. I'm not too sure who to raid. EV sneaky. TTS on strike. I like strike throw. I like strike throw. Oh my god. What do you call that? Tick throws? I want to see if there's any other kobolds that's doing other than Daz. If not, then I'll probably write Daz. Nope, there's only me and Daz. Who is a kobold currently that's streaming? Oh god. Dragon? Oh.
Strike throw command grab reversal super D anti-air air throw block spam.
Strike throw command grab reversal super DINTA air throw block spam. All the spam, I cannot believe. Tick can throw things. That's kind of scary if ticks can actually throw things. Brecky. I like baiting and grab and command grabbing them for punch counter damage. Oh yeah. I forgot. I remember why I don't like browsing Dragon Tag on Twitch. It's all just it's all just like anime characters with horns. Yeah, literally, it's all anime characters. Oh, there's one. Oh wait, that's one thick. That looks very thick. Oh, that is mega thick. Wow. Sounds like a crazy strategy, but it might just work. Such a huge range, which is 5 HP at that range. If it wouldn't have though all those properties at once, it would work for sure. I got best gift title, respect the grab range. Respect the grab range. I think it's the light version has the most range, and then the EX for I mean, of course, don't count EX now. EX is just broken. Nah, it's not broken. I love Give. Maybe someday I'll try to learn Give, but I don't know. Give is hard. Oh yeah. Also today I was thinking of playing Doom as well because it has been a while. I haven't finished Doom yet. But man, my wrist hurts. I cannot even play Doom. I have to play things that requires a controller. And you know what that means? Oh, that means Tears of the Kingdom is in the list, baby. And I don't know, I'll think about it. Alright. I'll see if tomorrow the risk gets better. This is probably gonna take some time, I don't know. I love how whiff punishing grab makes the grab range feels even larger. Does it? I think it's just like a mind illusion, no? OD grab is somewhere between medium and light range while best damage. Oh wait, is punish counter like grabbing their whiff buttons? Like there were one instance where I whiffed my down medium kick as Jury, and then they grab my leg and it counts as a punish counter. That's like super far. Kovold NG Yippen. Kovold NG Yippen. I do love some Kovold NG Yippen, to be honest. Knowing that I can steer my vehicles in the game now, I am very inclined to play. I feel very inclined to play Tears of the Kingdom, not gonna lie. Also for oh yeah, a little bit of update on my special stream thing for 1K follower stuff. Game wise, I think I have some games that is in the list, the long drive being one. Oh shit, what's the game again that I forgot? There's the long drive being one. It's gonna be a long play of like multiple games, right? I think I'm just gonna like plan ahead, even though I don't know if I'm gonna hit that much of a time. But to be honest, you never know. So yeah. It's also why Hadouken is even worse than it was in the past. Get hand bonked. Oh. We figure out how long. I think I want to make a base value of how long first before I like decide what to do. I mean, I'm already deciding what to do, but for the incentive part, I'm still not too sure what to do. 24. 24. I was thinking 18 since I always did 18 minutes. That's 28 minutes sounds 24 minutes sounds good. I don't know. Okay, I've re-enabled all the rewards. You know what? Let's raid Bod. Let's raid Bod. Yeah. Oh god. Wait. Look at the dress. I haven't fixed it yet. Yip tag. Don't attack your fellow kobolds. Jeez. Oh god. It is it extendable, and if yes, capped. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do uncapped Sabaton yet because I still have work on Tuesday and Wednesday. Alright, still a thing. Need to work. Oh god, guys, why? You're just gonna scan the car. Okay, the car is gone. Oh, I'm wiggling. I'm wiggling my toes. I'm actually wiggling my toes. Hey, look how many beans are there. Oh my god, the beans. So many beans. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need a lot more time to think about it still. But so far, I have a bit of an idea. And I can't come to work today. My Twitch stream has been extended. Oh, that's I don't know. That sounds terrible. My boss will be like, "Fuck you, man. Go do your stream. Don't come here anymore, you little shit." I don't know. Incentive wise, reward wise for you guys, I don't think I can do any giveaways just because financially, like I'm financially still tight. But I don't know what I can give. So I do have one of my very embarrassing fursuit dance video in a dance panel in Firm. I could show that, but it hurts. It hurts me so much. So I'm planning on putting it on as an incentive, like the last one. Right, the last one. I don't know how I feel about that. Do giveaway of love. So it's like whoever wins the giveaway will get a smooch by yours truly. The little Kobo smooch. How do I do Kobo smooch? Oh, too close. Kobo smooch. Did that work? Did that work? That's no, that's not eaten. I'm not eaten. What do you mean? Hi, Savior. Yeah, but that's a general idea. Subathon is a thing. As for what I'm gonna do, I'm not too sure yet. Now I can even play Street Fighter for a long time as well, like a road to what rank if I want. But that will be very, very energy consuming, so I have to think about it. There's so many ideas that I'm not too sure which one will work and which one I need to consider my own, like, consider my own energy, time management, like dinner, oh, breakfast and lunch, maybe even. A good day, I am unable to come into work today. I found this little guide and he needs to get back to his tree friend. I should be able to work again tomorrow after beating up this guy. Talk about the pound cake. What? Don't beat up the little guy. I'm just giving smooches. Hello? Alright, hello? Don't. Stop! Don't! I'm gonna summon Bernie. Hey Bernie. Hey Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
But Bernie. Good day. Thank you for what? Thank you for letting me know. It's wonderful that you found a little creature in need of assistance. Take the time you'll need to help it to reunite with its tree friend. We'll manage things at work in your absence. Looking forward to having you back tomorrow once you've taken care of this unexpected situation. Best of luck dealing with the pound cake enthusiast. Why pound cake? I mean, pound cake is delicious.
Get smooched with Bonk technology.
You just knocked me to death. Did you just? I'm. Can I say it? It's not smooch a thing. I'll shut the fuck up. Ah, Matrix, help! Oh god. But for real though, it's not smooch a thing. Yeah, I'll shut the fuck up. I'll shut the fuck. I shall proceed to shut the fuck up before I get myself banned. Before I get myself banned, I will shut the fuck up. Oh. Yes, but smooch is a thing. Not smooch is a thing made it once. The love is good, but it's a thing, huh? Now they're taking you, I don't mind. It's all about having fun. Not smooch is probably a thing. Then again, it's the earth we're talking about. It's this world that we're talking about. Yeah, it's probably a thing. It's probably a thing. I don't know, I'm looking at raid bot. I'm already late. I don't know. It's okay. I just tell them like, oh god, my wrist very itay, tolong, you know, something like that. They'll understand. I still have to think about what to play tomorrow, to be honest. But we'll see. It's either I don't know if I want to play Tekken. I feel like if I go back to playing Tekken now, it's just a little sad. I don't even know if I'm gonna like meet with someone, if at all. in like online matches. I do miss the old man. Nah, I'll probably stick with Street Fighter 6 for now. Probably, most likely, definitely. Yeah, if it's like fighting game, I'll probably stick with Street Fighter 6 for now. Although someday, now hear me out, someday I might start playing Baldur's Gate 3. I do not know if I'm able to stream this game, but I will probably spend a lot of time playing this game, Baldur's Gate 3. Along with the... Why? Having a lot of fun with 6? Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is definitely a lot of fun. Narek's what they do. I'm just saying that I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. Oh yeah, before... I should probably explain more. Baldur's Gate 3. Let me show you the new race. I mean, I'm just gonna show like a very... Just gonna show one picture is enough. This is Dragonborn in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I'm gonna recruit four Dragonbone in my team. I've been waiting for Baldur's Gate 3 for years, can't wait to play it. Same. I mean, I have the game because I'm a huge Divinity Original Sin 2 nerd as well. I just love the game there's a lizard folk in the game, right? That looks really good. You play first act. Honestly, when I first bought the game, I can't even get through the first cutscene. Or like the cutscene to kill, to get the Cthulhu, I think. I don't know. There's like one cutscene that I just keep stuck at and crash. I don't know what to do. So in the end, I just didn't play for a long time. And now, there's Dragonborn. And it looks hot as fuck. Oh, hi, Leon. Leon, what? Why are you here when I start talking about Divinity? Leon, no, you heard nothing. Hi, Leon. You can't. I'm not even trying to escape you. I'm not. Not fish remind me of Zoidberg. Although is the rain situation there better now? I heard that it's raining over there like very harshly. Hopefully everything is fine there. Yes, fuck. Oh my god! Don't drown. Live. Leon, live! Ashley needs you. Wait, what? Live, Leon! Swim! Swim to safety! But for real though, god, that's tough. Help, Leon. Because for the past few days, it has been raining very heavily here as well. But I heard it's not as heavy as the... Yeah, it's harsh. But it's not that there's no flood going on here. So I'll count my blessings. Help yourself, Leon. Leon. The flood here slaying. Actual casualties going on? Please no. Oh god. I mean, I know flood is supposed to be very scary, but casualties? Shit. We must save him. I mean, Leon has... Leon plays this lane, right? I saw you have Javid and Alulin, I think. You have Simba and Scar, right? I had to save my PC. Damn. Yeah, PC is like very important. I mean, pretty much PC is my livelihood at this point. Yeah, my livelihood. Without PC, I cannot live. Could not sleep? Oh god. I'm gonna raid soon though. It's okay, I can raid you. I can raid us to another comfy streamer by the name of Botster. He's playing Metal Gear Solid 3 Substance. Is it upstairs or somewhere? This is not Rashid's theme. I don't know why it started playing this music and I'm not complaining. This is good music. I'm just gonna vibe. Yes, I played this like Shut the fuck up! I'll let Javid shabash me. Oh my god, I will ban you. Oh my god, that's so fucking good. I hate it. Wavy made bold, yeah. No, I'm not gonna ban you. That shit is so good, it hurts me. Oh, how do you even fucking think of these puns? Oh, I got killed instead. I'm good. Oh my god. Move a PC to the attic. I don't think there's attic in my house. Hope you stay safe there. Hopefully the flood just doesn't get worse than that. Yeah, if the flood is getting worse than that, then it's rough. It's rough. Okay, it's already 6. I have badminton. I have to go in 8 p.m. I have to go dinner first. Oh god. I just asked a random word generator to give word and it gave me flood. What the fuck? That's kinda scary. That's ominous even. I just asked a yip yip word generator to give yip and it gave me flood. No, the yip yip word generator. I also have Scar in this light. Me too. Scar, I don't know how strong Scar is. I haven't built him yet. Although I do have Daylon. I'm trying to make Daylon work. Daylon fucking sucks, but also is the hottest character in the game. I hate it. Like, I will not sugarcoat what's happening with Daylon. Daylon is like dog shit. It is that bad, I'm telling you. I'm not even joking. I'm not even lying. Daylon is dog shit. He's absolutely terrible. I don't know what he's doing, but he's the hottest character in the game. He's the best character in the game. Very hot, very good looking, and loves gardening. So yeah, Scar can deal like 40k if you build him right. It sounds like Santa. Although Scar can do bleed and poison, right? Why are we discussing this light here again? It's fine. I'm good. Average probably around 23k. Damn. Yeah, I feel like Sender can even do that, but Sender does stun and AP reduction instead, and also hot. I already have like all the ability mon. The ability for Scar is maxed out. Don't know what equip to build for now, but I'll take it. My Scar is still no star yet because the current event is like too hard to get. Everyone is just like spamming the event's like scary. The first one was doing ritual miracle and I just can't do it. I'm at 6th place. I got stars. I got scars still, but at 6th place. It's like, yeah, I got a scar. That's it. Trying to figure out how to fit in Scar into Javid's Shamash me. Javid's Shamash. You're gonna let Javid shamash you? Oh, I fucking hate it. It's so good. I'm gonna let Javid shamash you. Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna raid. I have badminton afterwards. I love little chatting sessions like this. It's fun. Like, have you seen the size of... I mean, I have. Yeah. Dude, I don't even... like, Lion is not even on top of my list, but... Javid is just something else. They know what they're doing when creating Javid. I should probably add some context to it. Javid. This is Javid. Right? This is Javid. Like, I don't... Shamash me! Javid, please. Look, Leon, you and me on the same boat, alright? When you see a lion, yeah. Okay, yeah, get another one. When Leon sees lion, yeah. When it's almost the same as when I see a dragon, yeah. Alright, it's the same, it's the same. Don't worry, I'm not judging, I'm not judging. No, like... yeah, no dragon is safe from me. What's Scar's name again? Aludin? Alolin, okay. There it is, Alolin. She calling Aloha. Aloha. Maybe we guess that you're the same. We couldn't write fast enough. And this is Alolin. It's literally just Simba, Scar. It's Simba and Scar. You cannot unsee them. You cannot not see it. You cannot not see that this is actually just Lion King in this light. Alola. Alola. We're playing Pokemon Sun and Moon. Hey, actually Pokemon Sun and Moon anime has really good music, alright? Okay, like I said, raid, alright, I need to go. I need to go. I'll play more. We'll be here again tomorrow. We're gonna have so much fun. Alol A. Alol A. Okay lah. So, before the break, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right. Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright. Here comes the raid to Bots then. Good minton, yeah. And thank you so Thurman. Thank you for your being here too. Appreciate. It's time for you to rest. I mean, yeah, rest in a way, yeah.
E of love. E less than 3.
Less than 3. Less than 3. Oh yeah, I'm missing it. Whenever I saw Alolan, I usually say, fashion is not just about aesthetics, but attitude. Fashion is not about just aesthetics, but attitude. It's fucking Chloe. Oh yeah, rate Chinese, thank you. That's the rate message. I know Bart is a black kitty. I'm sure Kitty has Chinese as well. Fashion is not about just attitude, aesthetics, but attitude. I like Chloe is my first 4-star max star character or Esper. All right. I guess Chloe's pretty strong. Can steal buffs as well. So yeah, Chloe's strong. Yeah. Bye everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Be safe. Smooches. Smooches. Bye. Much love, much love. Cobalt rating shiny. Oh god, mine is tender and his on R6? Damn.